not the pale moon that excites me, baby. The thrill and delights me. Oh no, it's just the nearness of you. I've been your sweet conversation that brings this sensation. Oh no, just a nearness of you. When I'm in your arms and I feel you so close to me. All of those wildest dreams, they come true. That you enchant me, if only you translated to keep on just so tight. Oh, feeling nice. Oh, the nearness of you. For now, you know I'm not doing it. Gold rings on your nose.
Let's go! Well, I think that was enough of a beatdown taken by Goku. From Goku. Enough of a beatdown taken from Goku. I think we have made our training pretty clear. we have made our point that we don't stand a chance. But we're not that wow, okay, so we are. We have our moments, I think. But not many. we have less of a moments than the moments that we have, or something like that. Wow, okay, so Goku just turned it up a notch and it's leaving us without any openings. At least we were like a little more balanced a while back. But in reality, I don't know how to play this. So basically, I'm just pressing all the keys and hope for the best, which is sometimes knowing how to play by innocence. I don't know. But we have a fair understanding, although not a clear one. I wouldn't say a fair understanding. We have a minimum understanding of the situation that's happening. I think the video is looking well. It's not. How the heck do you win these battles? We always lose those. Wow, and we always lose this one too. I think Goku is cheating. He has like so many techniques. We only have like 2 or 3, and we don't know how to use more besides those. Well, that's what we get for fighting Goku. Who the heck told us to fight Goku? But to be doing a fight against Goku, I would say we're not doing that badly, or we were not doing that badly. The moment we started changing into speaking mode, Goku got mad and started kicking us even more. Or maybe, no, I think it was the other way around. I think he started kicking us and then we changed into talking mode. As you may have noticed, we're having a trouble there with some of the... with one of our programs is colliding with what we're trying to do with this. So maybe if we change some of the keys, let's see, maybe we can change these cameras for 2 other keys. Wow, okay, Goku. Can you give us a hint? Wow, that couldn't be blocked. Just definitely couldn't be blocked. Not surprisingly, it's a freaking spirit bomb. And you know what the saddest part is? I actually love this game fighting while it is not flying, because you can do like a lot of, oh no, not again. Because you can do a lot of awesome side tracking, side stepping while you're on the floor, but most of this combat is about flying and flying and flying. I don't even know how we do that. Okay, so basically the movement here is done with 6 keys. If you know what each one of those do, you can do a little bit, but in order to do such convoluted things, that's a different thing. And it's difficult to remember which one is each key, I guess. Yeah, we have little to no chance anyways. If you ask me, I don't know how to land, so I just know how to fly. I don't even know if there's a way to land. Wow, okay, we're being massacred here. But it wasn't such a bad battle, I would say, right? Like, we're losing, improving. Do you think we are? I'm not sure if we're improving. I don't think we are. Well, we learned a few techniques here. especially trying to sidestep the spirit bomb. I think we can. Yes, we can. But what I like most is sidestepping in melee combat and not doing that throw, because it sometimes ends up doing the throw no matter what, and I prefer to have this kind of battle, you know, up close and personal. Alright, we got the last hit, so we won. Obviously we didn't win, but I think it's time for us to go into something else, right? Because this beatdown is good and all, but I feel we require to check the game. By the way, if you're surprised by the fact that we have like a lot of characters and a lot of stages or whatnot, and a lot of Dragon Balls there at the bottom, well, we haven't played this game. We actually just took a save game from somewhere on the internet, and that's why we have everything unlocked. But in reality, we are brand new to this, so you're gonna have to be a little patient with our lack of style. Alright, so I'll leave you with some music for a second while I absent myself, and then we'll come back and check some of the other things that this game has, because other than the training, I have no idea what any of these things are. I was checking on a few, but I'm not sure about anything battle related. So we're going to check on some campaign mode or versus mode at the very least to change characters more often. Let's see how good it is and whether or not we'll end up actually going back into the training mode for it being better or more fitting for our needs. So we'll be back in just a couple of seconds. Stay tuned. Hopefully you're enjoying. This is Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3 on your favorite channel, the one that you're listening to right now. Hopefully it is of your liking and all of the gameplay has been of your liking. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Okay, so who won the last time? We were not here. We'll be taking it in a short while, but of course we can't just do a couple of Yamcha memes there, a couple of Yamcha jokes there. So the next 2 or 3 battles are probably gonna be Yamcha related ones. Who knows? I think he may actually be winning and all, but what we will do right now is just taking a couple of more minutes as we are going to find as we are trying to find a list of characters, a list of Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi fighters. So you guessed it, we can randomize. I don't think there's a randomizer there. Wow! What a joke! But it's not funny if Yamcha is winning, man. That's not canon. Okay, you know what, Yamcha, you're doing. I think you're well. Okay, Yamcha, let's see how you fare against Frieza now. Go for it, Yamcha. For the sky. I sometimes prefer Dragon Ball before they fly, especially here. Did I just mention how much I like the battles when you can not fly? I wonder if there's any way to prevent flight from this game. Come on, Frieza, you're not letting us down now. Like, that's more like, that's more canon, like. Wow, okay, so this Frieza is kind of a monster, isn't he? Did you say no? No, that was the kind of okay, so according to this, 158 characters in Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3. Is exactly the reason why we went for this game. I knew this game had a lot of characters, and I don't know much about the Dragon Ball fighters. But I know that, as I was mentioning before, we played this game like many years ago, and I knew, oh, okay, so this game has a lot of characters, like a ridiculously lot amount of characters. That's all I can remember from my time playing it. It wasn't all that long, but it was a really fun time, for as little as I can remember. Well, now that we went back to looking for it, right? So this is, I believe, something that could be smart. I think we need to save this list and actually save this list. Now I think they may be all, but I should just read a little bit more of what this thing says, this document says, in case this person forgot someone corrected. No, absolutely no one else contradicted or aggregated. Alright, so what we're going to do is save this list whenever it's actually super useful, which in my opinion would be exactly where the ROM is. Right? Why is it? What happened? Uh-oh. What's happening? Oh no, yeah, it's okay. I'm not sure why we're not getting... There we go. Alright, so we have the over here. And I'm not sure, here is a little ugly, so let's put it in saves. Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3.txt. Well, I suppose there isn't anything else that you need from this list. Other than character list, so I'm going to assume this is the only savable thing that we should be having here. Alright, so we have the list. Now, let's get it into our trustworthy, quote-unquote trustworthy randomizer. I'm still super angry at what the randomizer did to us in Sinoalis, but okay, let's overcome it, I guess, because it's not like we have any other choices, so this is the only one able for this job, I guess. Okay, so we already got our Yamcha joke there. Let's see who we're fighting this time. Trunks fighting versus Kid Trunks. Oh wow, that sounds like something out of a psychologist couch or something, right? Okay, return to versus menu, return to main menu, return to versus menu. That's such a weird Vegeta voice. Okay, so we're looking for, who were we looking for again? Trunks fighting. Kid Trunks versus... But this is an odd list. I don't think it's on the same order as this one. 2145. It doesn't look like this Kid Trunks is number 45. Right? Or maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's see, it's Trunks Sword. 7 and 21 is definitely not the same thing. Okay, let's see if this thing has at the very least somewhat similar numbering scheme. Or okay, let's see, there is a mess here. Okay, so we have Goku early, Kid Gohan, Piccolo early, Vegeta Scouter, Grade 8 Vegeta, Krillin, Yamcha. Oh, it's different. This is a trunk sword. Okay. I believe it is, but it isn't. It is like on the same order, but if we find someone like Vegeta, who also has an ape form not listed here, let's see, but listed here, it's going to have it on the list here, so it's not easy to find ourselves in the list, but not that difficult, because all we have to do is find Chiatsu, for example, and know that the next one is a Trunks fighting that we're looking for. Trunks fighting. Trunks, Super Trunks. Okay, those are the three ones. Trunks, Super Trunks. Oh, okay, understood. Yeah, so Trunks. Let's go with the second one. Versus Kid Trunks, right? With where? Lower down the list, right? Kid Trunks. I'm going to assume it's this one. Now, do you believe these two are the same? I don't know. I'm going to get into ruining childhood territory here, but I've always thought that Trunks is not from the future. It's like, yes, a dude that impregnated Bulma. Oh, right in the childhood, right in the childhood. So you have Gotenks here. Is this Gotenks the same? It looks like it, right? It should be the same Gotenks. Let's see what does this list say. On to Gotenks. Goten, Super Saiyan Goten, Super Saiyan Goten, Super Saiyan 3, Goten, Kid Trunks, Super Saiyan Kid Trunks. Okay, they don't repeat. That means there are 158 or so. Give or take a few. Hopefully we don't have to give a few, because that means some of them may be left out of this fight that we have, out of this battle that we have. Let's go with random scenarios, because finding a list of the scenarios seems a little bit out of our scope here, or rather something that would delay our fights, right? Okay, so we're almost ready. Really? I don't remember Golden ever find me, kids. I told you, this guy is not the same guy. Would you refer to yourself as kid, or will you say... Okay, why are we not moving? Come on, can't you see this kid is... I was blocking, kid. I was blocking, kid. Come here, kid. I'm gonna punch you in the face. See, that's what I like. I like doing those acrobatics in the floor, but that only happens if you are on the floor, right? Well, this kid is massacring me. Since when does... I never saw Goten with that kind of uniform. I'm gonna show you, kid. You can't run, but you can't hide, kid. Oh man, I'm gonna make it a recurring joke now, since I do refer to him as kid. He's gonna be kid. And I love the backslapping. The backslapping is... Oh, we won one! Of course, we're not fighting Goku, naturally, so... Oh, way to go, kid! Oh, wow! That didn't go as expected. Wait a second, kid. Can you see we need some recoil? Oh wow, okay. That went completely not as planned. Okay, yeah, let's keep moving. We're bound to eventually become slightly less horrendous, hopefully. Problem is that we didn't fix the other thing, right? How come there's not a random for this? There's not a random for it, is there? What the heck? There is a random for this. Oh, we lost our our time there. Well, it's not that great of a random since it only tells us either color 1 or 2, and some of them I believe have more. Don't quote me on that. Let's see if it's about as good. I think I prefer our own randomizer. I think I prefer our own randomizer, but we're going to need to see which one fares better. I'm still trying to get used to the thingies here. Yeah, this looks even. If we can't win this, okay. You insect! Don't you know how we're dealing with? And apparently no. Wow, okay. Come on, Brigada, snap out of it. Snap out of it. Come on, Brigada, you cannot leave us like that in this. Wow, we're being so massacred. Wait a second, when were we even asked the difficulty of this thing? We're being just steamroll. Really? Like, isn't there a difficulty meter for this? Hold on, we need to find out because we're not good at this. Our battle setting. Come level, no wonder. Very weak. Yes, referee general. Referee? Have we had any referee? Map setting. Oh, that's good. Full time infinite. Okay, I like it. But let's go with very weak. Now I'm prepared for battle. Now it's time to prepare for battle. Poor Vegeta, man. So I'm not sure which one is best. I think it's more fun to find out in the battle, but I think it's more awesome to go through the list by doing this. What the heck is a Kui? Fat Yanemba. Well, I think I know what Fat Yanemba is. What the heck is a Kui? See, that's why it's a little better, because it allows us to find out things like that. Let's see, number 81, Kui. This is Yanemba, but is there a fatter Yanemba? Cool. Let's see, cool. No, I think we're too far away. Ah, here's cool. This is a cool. Okay, let's go with cool. And Fat Yanemba. Yanemba. Super Yanemba. So Fat Yanemba is just Yanemba. Fat Yanemba. What an insult, man. Some people don't know any respect on the internet. Bojack full power. Fat Yanemba, yeah, like going to assume Fat Yanemba is just Yanemba. And some people don't know any respect. Why are we not getting the minimizer? That's all. We are getting it here. So let's go with slightly above average weight Yanemba. Cool. What the heck is a cool? What the heck is a Yanemba even? Oh wow, really? This is our enemy? What the heck? Is this easy? Oh wow, we're being totally massacred, man. Not even fair. What the heck? Poor Kui came into the wrong fight. Was this really a Dragon Ball Z character? Looks so overpowered. Well, that was the point. They were always like that. This is like a Boo. Oh crap! This is Boo whenever Boo was already beat down. So this is super easy. See, that's why I like fighting against myself. This is a massacre again. And it's even worse than the one we had against Goku. And that was Goku. Not sure if we're winning or losing, but I'm quite sure we're losing. Come on, Yanema. It just bounces off of him. Uh-oh. The thing is, it's just doing? What are we doing? We need to either two-player or cheat our way with some unlimited health, but if we're going to do that, we might as well just go into training mode and make the lead for a while, because we're so bad we're gonna lose them all. And I guess we can try a couple more still before we give up eventually. And finally. Pilaf machine combined and versus trunks with a sword. Pilaf machine combined? What even is that? What is a Pilaf machine combined? I'm not that much of a knowledgeable Dragon Ball Z diehard fan. I don't know much about Dragon Ball. Pilaf machine fusion? I guess that's the one, isn't it? Pilaf machine. After Tao, before Devilman, no, actually Tambourine, General Blue. No, it doesn't look like they're in order. Well, I'm going to assume that's the Pilaf machine because Tao is here. That's odd. Why isn't Tao and General and Cyber Tao like for example Machine, Pilaf machine and Pilaf machine fusion? Well, let's go with Pilaf machine fusion then. That is Pilaf machine, isn't that the one that follows the guys on Dragon Ball GT? On that assistant, you know, the little robot or something? Trunks with a sword. One of the first stage. I'm going to assume it's this one. Trunks with a sword. Trunks with a sword. So this is canon. Because that Trunks was the one that participated in Dragon Ball GT, was it not? Like I said, I'm not that knowledgeable. I'm not a complete, I would say ignorant, a complete newcomer to the show either, but I'm not like knowledgeable about what the heck a Pilaf machine combine is. Well, it seems we finally have a shadow of a chance here. Yeah, I don't think so. We won one. All we needed is impossible killing machine there. Super Saiyan for Vegeta and Tao. And for once we don't have Tao. Or I should have meant, this is the second time. Number 57, I think I saw it. Super Saiyan for Vegeta. I don't think it's that down the line. Okay, it's near where Beetle was. The song is actually pretty good. What is this? It sounds like Beck. Versus Tao. Was it Tao Pai Pai? This is balanced. This is even. This guy. Oh, so this guy has like a really hot temperament because he was like a little ball of energy and he threw like that thing. That was funny. No matter what, we were like down badly. This guy's like pretty good. Well, what do you expect? That was like top tier Dragon Ball 1 enemy. Wow, that was a massacre. That guy fought better than us all the way around, and we won. Okay, so far I think it's best if we do practice battles, but I'm intrigued as to why this scene is. But you know what? I actually prefer to see it. I prefer to see it first, see what it is that happens and what it is that can happen. Because if we're doing it, maybe you need to attack your partner, and we have no idea how to do that. So it's best if we know what the computer does and see what can be done. Perfect Cell Vegeta. I suppose we're gonna need more than 2 characters, but let's start with these 2. Perfect Cell and Vegeta. Perfect Cell is on the 96. Perfect Cell on the 96. After the androids and stuff. Okay. Perfect cell. Is this one? Technically it should be after... Before Boo. Before Boo. Cell Junior, Cell... Perfect Cell is the second one then? Perfect Cell. Which one is perfect form? Perfect? There are 4 over here, so which one is it? Cell form 1, cell form 2, perfect cell. Okay, so this is perfect cell, this is super perfect cell. Perfect cell. Wow, do we need that many? Okay, let's see. Is it a one-on-one? Vegeta second form. Vegeta second form on the 36. Vegeta second form after Ultimate Gohan. Vegeta second form after Gohan. Vegeta after Gohan. Vegeta second form. Vegeta second form, just plain Vegeta second form then. Vegeta second form. Okay, let's go with these two. And for the other team, we're gonna go with... Wow, that's a tough battle. Legendary Super Saiyan Broly and Great Ape Bardock. Legendary Super Saiyan Broly. I'm going to assume it's this one, right? Man, this Broly has a face like, my gosh, what am I doing here? Or something, like, it doesn't look like he's a force to be reckoned with, but a person that is really pissed or angry or disgusted about something. So I guess this is a Broly, Super Saiyan Broly, Legendary Super Saiyan Broly, Legendary Super Saiyan Broly. Isn't this like as bad as it gets? Like worst thing that ever happened to anything? And Great Ape Bardock, which for some reason doesn't feel like it falls behind. I remember seeing these things, right? Like, I saw the episodes, or rather the movies. I believe Broly was on a movie instead. Well, do you think I remember it? Great Ape Bardock after Fasha. Okay, Fasha, I remember Fasha. Many of these characters is my first time seeing, even though I saw a lot of the series and movies and stuff, but I can't for the life of me remember many of the things. So basically, I'm flying blind here. So this team battle is just a fad, isn't it? I thought it was at the same time. I think Xenoverse 2 actually pulls battles, multiple characters in a battle, but we're talking about Xenoverse 2, right? That's a whole different kind of deal. We also have it, we never played it, so we don't know what there is and there isn't there. We have it on the... We have it on the list of pending list. but who knows when. And I know that its main advantage is also its main drawback. You have to create a character and go to story mode, but that's its main advantage and also its main drawback. I remember when I first saw Budokai Tenkaichi 3, that time that I'm mentioning, thinking to myself, and I think I discussed it with the friend that was showing it to me, the person that was showing it to me. I think we discussed how it was a shame that it didn't come with a character customization, a create your own character kind of thing. I'm not sure where we saw it and if we saw it on other games at that time, or if we thought that it should have, because it already brought a lot. And basically that was about it. That was about the only thing that was missing. And then years later, Shinoverse came out with. I don't think we never talked again, so I'm not sure if he actually got around to testing it or whether or not he still cares. He's probably like grown up and not caring as much as all other grown up that I have met. But if he does care, I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure if he still plays video games or not. So I don't know. But if he does, I wonder if he got around to thinking the same thing that I am, which is that we actually finally saw a Dragon Ball game that you can create your own character, right? But like I mentioned, its main advantage is also its biggest drawback, because if you know me, I have very little patience for character creation screens. For me, it is best if it's it is easy. I like character creations, but as long as they're simplistic. It can of course have its own set of intricacies, but they should be optional. In my opinion, the best character creation is the one that gives you the options to either go at it for long or not. Because sometimes you want to even count the hair on the character, that's good, but sometimes you want to just get it fast done and start playing, right? So I believe that a good character creation allows you to tune your character as much as you want, but also gives you, it should also give you many presets to allow you to jump through it fast. And not just that, but it should also give you randomizers for each of the particular pieces. Because for instance, you may want a random hair, but you may not want to change your clothes to another type of random clothes, or vice versa. So sometimes you may want to select your hair and do a random clothes, or sometimes you may want to randomize both, and sometimes you may want to select both. Therefore, I feel that a good randomizer should have all the possibilities, and also to allow you to save your changes. Of course, that's not that important for me, but I feel as how it may be important for some people. And it's not that unimportant, because in this game, what was it? The one that we played recently, also by Bandai Namco. What was the name again? Code Vein. Yes, Code Vein. We got around to seeing the stuff, but it was also good to save it in case we wanted to use it again. Okay, so I'll leave it with this song. We actually have heard it before. It's pretty good. Some Foo Fighters. I think I got it. I'm not sure what the other mode is. I want to try out the other mode too before. we jump into something, but I'm not sure. I prefer to have a little bit of a chance. These battles are too close and we lose them, or either we lose them or have a totally unbalanced characters, and both things are equally bad. I believe there's a mode called Evolution C where you start getting things on your character, items and stuff, and you can balance them out. And an amazing idea. It's exactly what we need. But since we're randomizing our fights, what are we gonna do? We don't even know who, or we may know who our next fighter is, but we need to go at them, like fixing them. We don't know the systems. We're totally new to the game, so we don't know what's good, what could potentially help a character hold itself in a fight. Whereas instead, training just gives you unlimited potential to fight for how much as you want. With the only drawback that it doesn't ever have an ending, and therefore you don't have like a conclusion to the fight, right? That's the only thing that we should see a way around it. Let's try the other mode, see what difference it has or what does it bring to the table, and after that we'll go back into fighting ourselves. So this is Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3. Hopefully you are enjoying. Thank you very much for tuning in on our channel. Hopefully the stream and the fights have been of your liking, and hopefully the game is of your enjoyment and also of the show. Thank you very much once again for joining in on us, and hopefully you are enjoying and continue to remain with us. I'll talk to everybody in just a short while.
with friends far away. All sorts of people.
Go on, hurry, let's train!
It's important to train every day so we don't lose to evil.
It's clean, sir.
There is much gold to be found in the underworld.
Has descubierto el reconocimiento aerostático.
It's over! Try what you like, it's no
Coat, court, low, law, boat, ball, woke, walk, one, coat, court, two, law, law, three, boat, four.
Where are you?
Four. Walk. Walk. Five. Coat. Coat. Six. Low. Low. Seven. Boat. Four. Eight. Four. Nine. Low. 4. 11. It's a new bowl. 12. I walk in the morning.
Section 6. Rhyme.
The south wind brings wet weather. The north wind wet and cold together. The west wind always brings us rain. The east wind blows it back again. What are little girls made of? What are little girls made of? Sugar and spice and all that's nice. And that's what little girls are made of. What are little boys made of? What are little boys made of? Snakes and snails and puppy dog's tails. And that's what little boys are made of.
Open up!
ハンバーガー。
何か心配なことないんですか？
ええ。もしかしたら3月に卒業できないかもしれない。フランス語の試験が悪かったんです。
それはいけませんね。
1、一緒に旅行に行けません。パスポートをなくしてしまいました。
何か心配なことがあるんですか？
ええ。 もしかしたら一緒に旅行に行けないかもしれません。
どうしてですか？
パスポートをなくしてしまったんです。
それはいけませんね。
明日の試合は負けます。チームの友達が足に怪我をしました。
何か心配なことがあるんですか？
ええ。もしかしたら明日の試合は負けるかもしれません。
どうしてですか？
チームの友達が足に怪我をしたんです。
それはいけませんね。
Jetzt darf ihr bloß, wo der neue Würfelpunkt wieder ist.
Ich habe ihn verloren.
Okay, so I think we could be potentially benefited from trying to fix our situation that breaks our gameplay. I'm still not certain. I think we're gonna change the hotkeys rather than changing the... Oh no, okay, we need to change... I need to change the resolution because I can't see where exactly we are changing the hotkeys. And I'm not even sure if this is enough resolution. Let's see. It says close. Is that the same as save? Probably. Okay, so we have up, down, left, right. Are we using this? Well, we're using this too. Let's change them then for okay, it's worth a try. Let's see if we're needing any of these two. Or rather the D-pad, TGFH. Let's see if any of those do anything. TGFH. I think it's different. TGFH. No, I think it's not different. Okay, so... we just escape here? Okay, may work. Okay, let's see.
Boss, just a little kick on the side.
I think this is TGFH, right? Okay. Okay, this is actually slightly better. Well, it has its advantages and disadvantages, of course. Oh, by the way, I got so distracted in the game that I forgot I had the microphone still on. My bad. Okay, this is looking better. This keys, this change of keys, except that one. But that almost never happens. But the change of keys definitely works for our advantage. So we're keeping it this way. So how's the battle doing? I think it's way better to do training than to do actual battles. Actual battles just end and the characters sometimes don't even get a chance to shine. Well here, well okay, it may not be as awesome at times, and some other times you're left like with an ending pending, but many of the battles look pretty decisive at times. Like sometimes you can see one of the characters overpowering the other, simple as that. no way around it. So it's pretty cool to have all of this training thing. It's exactly like the actual Dragon Ball, in which training not only is a big part, but sometimes most of the show, or at least as I mentioned, in a really big part of the show. So okay, I'm getting the hang of a new thing, of a couple of things there, mostly visuals, but that's exactly what the whole thing is about, in my opinion. The only difference between us and the computer is that we change the camera more often. Gosh darn it, stop throwing back my projectiles to me. Do you not see that it makes me look bad? Because I can't do it back. Throw this one back now. No need. Ah, so we can do it too. Yeah, well, hardest part is just to decide or give a good ending to it, you know. It's just like in the series actually, where getting a good climax is very difficult. I think that's enough because I want to try other characters too. It's just difficult because there's always one more turn kind of mentality, so it never ends, but it's pretty fun, I gotta say. I'm finding it pretty fun, and I actually prefer our randomizer to the computer randomizer, even though we're getting not a lot of randomization at it. Not that I'm bothered by it at all. I actually like Beetle a lot. Let's go with Beetle 1. I think it's the one with the long ponytail. Super Android 17. Super Android 17. Which one is that one? But it's Super Android 17. It doesn't look like this one. It's probably this one. Yeah, Super 17. There we go. Let's go with number 2 over here.
They made a beeline straight for the vault. They knew exactly what they were looking for.
Alright, so I'm gonna leave you with some music now. Let's see if we can give this a good pacing. So we got the battle, we got a good ending to it, and I want to see how often they do all those stunts, because those look like they could potentially be a crucial part in narrating a story, you know, having a sense of competition. But it's so difficult if the computer doesn't never stop. But it may be possible when we switch into a 2-player mode. I don't think that's gonna be today though. We have been doing quite a lot, and we're going to probably just continue playing. But maybe if the session stretches. No, I don't think so. If it goes beyond 4 hours, I think I'm clipping it because we're in a hurry. And if it doesn't, I think it is best if we I lost track of what I was saying. Well, the point is, if it goes beyond 4 hours, we're probably clipping it. And if it doesn't, then we can do a change in pace to a two-player maybe. Or maybe later, I don't know. There are a couple of modes that are worth checking out. Like, for example, it's mostly training mode, but also watching the computers fight could be pretty fun. Although not as balanced, because some characters tend to definitely go into different, very different powers, extremes, I would say. Well, they never don't again, but we saw with the previous battle that they sometimes don't after a while, not even a long while, so we need to be checking that out really close, I think. You know, when we were playing Beetle, and we had like something weird was happening, I don't know how to replicate that. But I know we were playing Beetle before, and she had like a different... Oh, I didn't know we could do that. I don't even know how to fly yet. I don't even know how to land either. What did we just press? I don't know how to fly. How do you land? So exasperating. I really don't know how to land. I wonder if that gets explained in the tutorial, because it's just frustrating not knowing how to land. Ironically, Beetle was learning how to fly. Wanted to learn how to fly, and we want to learn how to land. Yeah, okay, that's not even landing, and it basically landing only. No, it's not even. There we go. I think we landed. They never. Oh no, yeah, she did land. I love this. This is the best part of this game for me. Doing those side flips and back flips, but that only happens if you're fighting ground and up close. I don't like the crotch shots that often. Crotch shots. But I'm not. I don't even know how to land. I have no idea. I'm not sure if it gets explained in the tutorial. Maybe we should check out some of those. But for me, I prefer this kind of fighting. You know. Than flying, but it's all like flying all the time, so it would be nice if we knew how to fly and how to land. It's odd because we are unable to fly with this one, but we just press whatever it is that we press and she just flew. I'm not sure what we pressed. There we go. There is a button. Oh, that's all. Q and W. Q and W, but what are those keys? I didn't even know we had those mapped. That's even more strange. Q and W. Controller settings. Let's see, according to this there should be a Q and W map somewhere. But I don't recall ever seeing Q and W mapped here. Oh, there we are. Have it. It's L and R. L and R. Oh, okay. Let's get those closer. We may need them. We're definitely going to need them, right? Okay, so let's change those two that we have over there. Number 2 and number 3. I don't know. L analog, R analog. What are those? I'm not even sure if we're missing out some of the keys. That's why maybe we're not able to do some of the moves. So this is the control stick. But I remember he had other things popping up. I just don't know how to make them show. A, B, X, Y, C, nothing here. Is that it? I'm not even sure right now. We have start back, which we could change, but is it worth it? Let's see, we have...
To the temple.
This is prior, isn't it? This is prior. No, prior. No, next. Oh, okay, this is prior page up. Okay, so we have insert, delete, home, and prior. Start is on the backspace. Okay. We have up and down, left and right. It seems T, G, F, and H do the same as up and down, left and right. We have this problem though. I'm not sure what modifier is either. Okay, we have this problem though. We can rotate the camera with these two, but these other two apparently don't do anything. So we could potentially get them on the two keys that we're not using, I guess. Because... I don't know, up over here, down with the dot. I guess that will make a little bit of sense. Decimal, I think that would make a little bit of sense in order to not spread out. What is with this insert here, which definitely not with this here. We should see what it does. Let's see what that does. Or maybe, I don't know, numpad 4, and this one with maybe numpad 5. Those look like are not canon, but we may need them. The other ones are T, G, F, and H, and the modifiers, which as far as I'm aware are not keys per se, right? Okay, so according to this, T, G, F, and H, I believe are just the same as the other movement keys, so we're not missing out on we're not missing anything on those. Let's see, Q and W are not doing anything else. Let's see, T, Q, W, E, R, T, T, F, G, H. Okay, so it's not any different from normal keys, right? TW. Okay, so here we have it, and we have this key which does nothing, and this key which does nothing. But I do remember we saw something that was like a change in... It was odd. It was like changing... That a jump? You can jump? What is that? Okay, I'm going to assume that's to turn into Super Saiyan, right? Also, the L and R modifier do something, analog or whatnot. They do something. I'm glad we mapped them, but you know what? I believe this decimal, which is one we use for transformation, could potentially be better. No, actually, let's leave it there because I'm always pressing the page down and we'll end up doing a lot of transformation, and I don't think there's any way back from it. At least now we know how to not fly, which for me was kind of a deal. I wanted to stop flying. I still don't know how to stop flying, technically. Okay, let's do something. I think that can go on the decimal instead, because it's more difficult to have it on number 2 and number 3, not remember which one is for flight and which one is for landing. Rather, let's get number 3 to fly as it is, and number 2 for landing, and number decimal for landing, and number 2 for transformation. Okay, let's go with that. This is gonna be even more difficult when we start doing it for a second controller. But well, let's see how we fare out on that particular situation. Alright, so as we were saying, decimal is going to be our transformation key, which apparently is with this one, numpad 2. Alright, numpad 2 right now is flying, decimal is transformation, so numpad 2 is gonna be decimal. Am I understanding right?
Making sense.
I think I am.
Following phrases are the building blocks of the language that you can take from one conversation to
Decimal.
another.
La borsa rossa.
And down is gonna
The red
be
handbag. Colors
2,
and
I
follow the
guess.
same rule as any other adjective. That means that their endings must agree.
I'm
with the
not
noun
entirely
they
sure
refer
if I got that right, but I
Because
should
the
have.
word for handbag is feminine, the word for red
this
must
was-
agree with handbag. So it has.
I don't think I got that right.
La borsa rossa.
Perhaps if you want to say
I don't think
a
I got
red
that
wine,
right, but
the
let's
word
give it
for
a
wine
check.
Vino.
is masculine.
Oh no, I did. All and
Red
not
must
but
agree
that's for
with
flight and land,
and
and
A.
apparently down is to
Vino rosso.
Here is some more.
is for landing. That may be the thing. Okay, so now we can fly.
Nero.
No, not yet.
Giallo.
Yellow,
Verde.
green,
Marrone.
brown.
Quella borsa in vetrina.
That handbag
Flight,
is
land.
checked.
Perfect. We don't have access to checking the
This is
the transformation because, as I mentioned, it seems that once you do it, you don't go back to normal state. But at least now we know how to fly and land, even though it's not something that's easy to do. Definitely not easy to do, but it's either that or changing some of the other keys. Why is this guy so tall? It's ridiculous.
That car.
Questo vino.
Why is Beatles?
Quel vino.
Why are Beetle key forces so weak? Like,
La borsa mi piace molto.
I really like the handbag. The Italian verb to like
Piacere.
follows a similar structure to that of the English verb to please. So the literal translation is, the handbag really pleases me. So I like going to the restaurant would be,
Mi piace andare al ristorante.
to say you don't like something, simply place
Non.
before the phrase to like. For example,
La borsa non mi piace molto.
I don't like the bag very much.
I actually have no idea how to come back from a transformation. That's too bad. Okay, but it's pretty good. I think we have some material. But I do remember that when we started playing and we're making mistakes on the keys or whatnot, we changed camera. We did a bunch of things that we are now completely unable to do, and I'm not even sure why. Truth be told, I'm not even sure why. Because the keys, well, the keys, how much could they have changed? Moreover, some of the keys, like, we don't have any more keys. But I can swear we saw some weird things that are non-existent now. Like, so that's a jump. That's such a weird thing. What the heck do you do with a jump here? Nobody jumps here, do they? Oh, that's good. I like that. It's better than the fly by miles. But it's just so difficult. How the heck do we manage that? Okay, actually, numpad 4. I don't even recall key numpad 4, but it's super important because it is an actual movement key and probably used for other things. Okay, numpad 4. Oh, I don't like doing this in stream. I feel I'm wasting a lot of time. But we didn't prepare properly, it seems. We got the stuff for the characters, but we didn't prepare our gameplay right. Numpad 4. We're going to change this numpad 4 to this one next. And next, which apparently does nothing as far as we have seen, we're gonna change it to numpad 4 then. Seems to make sense if you ask me. This one will be numpad 4. Oh. Oh my gosh, I'm making such a mess here. I'm being deafened by those meteoroids on the background. Doesn't help out either. What is wrong? Why am I unable to move? There we go. Numpad 4. Right, it seems numpad 4 doesn't do anything. But next allows us to jump. Did I understand that correctly? We're about to try now. And hopefully, let's see if it actually is helpful. Alright, back to the action. See, now we can jump. Okay, now we can jump and jump rather easily. Weirdly enough, oh, you can jump, and if you jump too much, you're flying now. What a fastidious thing. So you need to be super careful on how much you jump. You can jump, you can fire, but if you're jumping, you can't fire. That's all. Okay, if you jump, what is that? Why does she jump so much? Oh, okay, so you can't jump less than that. Oh, that's for deflecting. That's a deflective barrier. So charging, no charging midair. Yes to a quick midair. No firebolts midair.
How did it happen?
If you dash midair, you end up flying. But there was a way to change the camera. I'm not making things up. And now there isn't, and I'm not sure how to get the camera changed. Yeah, there was a zoom out, and there was something that allowed Beetle to change her fighting style or something like that. I know it. Let's see real quick if there's anything over here. Now there's a back to normal. Down and see down. Who the heck knows what the heck see down is? Maybe the one we used to transform in the first place. Let's give it a try, I guess. Down and see. Not a chance. Down. Time for real? Okay, yeah, it's the same button to transform, but pressing down brings you back into non-transform form. That's great, that's good. Let's see, anything else that I need to know? Okay, good. I don't understand these things. There are so many combinations and none of them work for us. It would look so good if we could do them, but we have no idea how to do it. We don't, wait. Okay. These are done with X and Y. We do up and down and normal and up and X. Okay, this we can do during rush. During rush down and Y up and Y. The problem is finding out which one is which is A, which is I think we know which one is A, right? It's the button to click. Well, you know what, I'm not that interested in finding out all of these ones. I wanted camera changing and fighting style change? Because I'm certain we have not seen that. Alright, we're ready to start making it battle-like. Right, I think I can handle. Yeah, what a start! Yeah, what a big start there. Okay, so what exactly do we do? Because now we're unable to do anything, and this guy is just massacring us with firebolts. And now we're flying. We made a mistake there and we're flying. That was very Dragon Ball-like. I love it when the battles are so canonical. That look like what will happen in the show. The weak character just starts doing the stuff and it still gets killed in the end. More or less like that again. What?
Masteczko, you hear? Masteczko.
Wait a second, what about the skills? Like, okay, we can do the C plus X, no. Which one are we doing? C plus Y? Okay, we need to press up and down while we do it, okay. See, that would be C, up, and Y. By the way, I should definitely bring it back to some music, even though the sound is so high on this game right now. Why is the sound so high on this game right now, come to think of it? Let's just check that out really fast before we begin. You're probably listening to it right now, even though it's on mute, but I think I could get really deafening if we are taking out the mute, right? Why are we not moving? Oh, there we go. Alright, so what we're gonna do is that and continue our fight for a little while, and then we'll see. But it's going okay, right? I don't think it's that bad. I think it's pretty fun to watch. Though I doubt I am going to be because we never lower the volume on this. We lower the volume on another game. I don't remember which one. So yeah, I think it's going pretty well though, right? It's not that bad. It's what I was going to say is that it's unlikely that we are able to hold this amount of awesomeness in two-player battle, but it could potentially allow for more story, right? Like a scripting, making a whole Dragon Ball episode there by just stopping the fight at times, even though this one is considerably easier than all other fighters, so it's still possible to at times stop and not die immediately. We haven't seen much more difficult, but normal gameplay was already quite difficult. Okay, so back into our music. I think this is a song from the Godfather, the movie.
this! Electric! I'm on my way. What you say? It's like it's gonna get better. Take a breath, take it off and say, I'm on my way.
Okay, so I know what you may be thinking. We left when the battle was at its best, but then Super 17 was super angry because we just managed to finally win the portion of the battle. But let's be honest, the song was over, so we just saw him jumping out like in a lot of anger. Can't blame him. We probably pulled a couple of dirty hits there, you know, and we don't like to do that anyways, but we must have done that, otherwise it wouldn't have come that angrily at all. I can't think of any other reason why it would come running at us like that.
Your accuracy is going to suffer. The faster you move, the worse your aim will be. Your accuracy will be highest when you're standing still.
Alright, let's see who comes next.
The Egyptian city to the west.
Let's watch
From the river.
let's watch some battles for a while. Between Majin Vegeta, Max Power Roshi, not just Mr. Roshi, not just Master Roshi, Max Power Roshi. Okay. Ew, wow, Majin Vegeta, I wonder where that is. Let's see, it's supposed to be at 39 or so. 39 or so, so Vegeta, second form Majin. This should be the one, right? Majin Vegeta? I don't see any non-Majin Vegeta. Vegeta but non-Majin. And Max Master Roshi, which I suppose is the ugly. Ew, what the heck, man? Multiple colors. What could change in there? Alright, let's see some of this battle while we come back in just a small second. Hopefully the battle lasts long, but I don't think they do that much. Too bad there isn't a training mode, seeing the computer battle itself. Max Roshi. That oh yeah, that I saw on a bridge, Dragon Ball Z a bridge, but I'll tell more about it in just a short moment. So enjoy the battle while we absent ourselves for just a second, and we'll be back before you notice, hopefully.
Troisième partie, seul dans tout.
Asseyez-vous, monsieur. Là, dans ce grand fauteuil? Oui. Mais soyez calme, monsieur. J'ai pas peur, voyons. Je peux fumer.
If you ask me, I think that Master Roshi won.
Une fois un dentiste affreux. Mais moi, je suis un dentiste excellent. Allez, prenez, monsieur.
But the thing is that it's just it is a problem. I suppose that if you take enough time to go through 160 characters, almost 160 characters, and beef them up with, well, I don't even know if you have, I'm not sure if you have like limited amount of a limited amount of things you can use. I'm not sure if you have that, or if you can do a limited amount of items you can place on characters, or if you have unlimited. I think this person already purchased like everything there was on the store or something like that, so I'm not sure if they are unlimited. They probably aren't, and that would mean that some characters will be left off, unable to become like super strong. This one already played. Let's go with this one that hasn't played yet. Very canon. Isn't this the start of Dragon Ball GT? I remember on Dragon Ball GT there was a small bug that went with them on the trip, but I think it was called like not Pilaf, rather like Gero. Though there is a Dr. Gero, so I'm not sure if that's the right thing. But it looked exactly like this one, right? My memory may not be as accurate nowadays. Although this one may be smaller. Penguin Village. So yeah, what I was mentioning that I saw a while back was Dragon Ball of Breach episode. I'm quite sure it was Dragon Ball of Breach. And in it, it was like Galbeck Jr., I think it was called, who came to Earth finding the strongest warrior, and he was looking for Master Roshi. So he was at one point, we could say, right, like at the start of Dragon Ball, normal Dragon Ball, and for a little bit. But then that stopped being so. But still, Master Roshi was fighting Garlic, and he became that Master Roshi, Max Master Roshi, and he gave it like 2 or 3 hits, and then he was like a massacre or whatever. No, he actually gave like a lot of hits, like a bunch of hits, but didn't do anything. And then it turned around, and he was like being massacred, and Garlic said something like, "Well, was that it?" And someone else, I think it was Krillin, said, "Well, naturally." What did you expect? Something like that? And I found that so pretty hilarious because I didn't know what to expect. I don't even know if that's what happened on the actual Dragon Ball episode. But I also didn't know what I was going to find in that Dragon Ball Bridge thing. So when I got to see that, I just laughed so hard. Because out of anything I could have expected, that was far from it. And I still have no idea how accurate it is to the show. I don't think it's very different, but it's still... If that's what happened on the show, then it was hilarious, and I slightly humiliated for Master Roshi. So it's kind of odd. But what they may have changed still could have been the dialogues, I guess. I don't know what the difference between one and the other could have been, but
We have really
I doubt it was exactly the same, right? I don't know. Well, anyways, it would be nice to see. Wow, poor Pan. It would be nice to see. It's just so unbalanced. Like it's exactly like this, like the TV show. It's exactly like the TV show. They some of them just fight a lot and do nothing to the enemies that are overpowered. So it's kind of bad. But I like I was mentioning, it seems that evolution seed thing may allow for Trunks with the sword versus Tien. It may allow for, but I'm not sure what the limitations on it may be. May just be a smoke grenade, a bunch of smoke there, like we have seen with other things, especially in the recent times, in these times that are not changing, and we may end up just being disillusioned by it. But if it isn't, and if it actually can allow for, I don't know, Hercules to become the strongest warrior in the world, oh wow, that's really well thought. Otherwise, we should be expecting to see it then on Xenoverse 2. That should probably allow us to raise a character to become the very best like no one ever was. But like I mentioned, I'm not sure what the situation ends up. Right, I'm gonna slice you like bread with this sword. So yeah, I think it allows for pretty awesome fight in this one, but it has that particular power gap, which I recall was fairly common at that, or rather like what I was mentioning, that that friend that first showed me the game and I played it, and I recall, well, like little kids as usual, and sometimes like not so little kids that go for the strongest characters, especially if it is the strongest character in the anime. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, give me the strongest character of the anime because it's bound to be the strongest character in the game, and likely so. But the problem is not just that, but all those other support characters start just being left to the side, just like in the anime show. I don't understand why. Is it because they're unpopular or something? But especially, I'm not sure if in many other shows, but especially on Dragon Ball, it was like fairly common to never again see any of the old characters becoming great again. That was like a very staple of the show. Many other shows have a cast of characters that are recurring, and they are the ones that always rise up to the ranks, right? On Sailor Moon, you more or less had the same sailors, the same Sailor Scouts, until they started having new Sailor Scouts, but still the main cast was the main cast still, wasn't it? Hunter x Hunter, even though you have like Leorio who never gets to the same level, he still like grow considerably, I think, or not, I'm not sure. But you still have like the main two and Kurapika still make it or something. I can't think of any other anime right now. Let's see, Saint Seiya had the main cast. There were a lot of Saints, but they become obsolete. And wow, actually, Trunks actually lost. But the main characters, the secondary Saints has become obsolete in the first 5 episodes, and never again you see them again. That's a little more reasonable, I guess. Still, you know what, let's go with a little bit of random here so we can talk and not think so much about whom to choose. So, but you still have like
长时间了吗？是啊，
that
我的
particular
语法还可以，简单的翻译也没问题。
consideration for
不
character.
太会说。你学了多
I don't
长
know.
时间
I can't think of any more famous like animes. Well, Sword Art Online actually, throughout all of its seasons, characters also kind of become very obsolete. The cast is there, but it's either Kirito, sometimes to a lesser extent Asuna, although she actually gets her season and all, right? Kind of. But it's mostly Kirito. I never got around to seeing the whole of Underworld, so I'm not sure exactly who's main character there. It seems it should be Alice, but I don't know. That's kind of balanced in the sense that characters tend to change protagonism from time to time, and Kirito is on a wheelchair kind of thing, so it's somewhat different. Okay, so what other anime can I think of that's like long-standing and very considerably famous that I can recall seeing? I don't know. Nothing comes to mind at this moment. Anime. What is anime? What are animes? I can. Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! First season, everybody seems to be like more or less on par, because in the end it's just a battle between player 1 and player 2. Well, if it requires for the bad guy to win, or like the quote-unquote bad guy to win to be able to face Yugi on the finals or something like that, then it will happen. But in the end, it's like you don't have a clear winner, or you kind of stuck to, but everybody stands on to the fight, right? It's not like they become obsolete. But I'm not sure about later seasons. I'm not sure because they have like many different, not just seasons, but like I don't think they're called OVAs, but when you change your entire cast, that must have a name, right? It's a whole different thing altogether. I'm not sure how they're called exactly. Different something, I guess. Different show, basically, at times. Same basis, but even a different main character and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Some of them do become slightly obsolete and give way to like main character, rival, and maybe one more, and that's not often because it's main character and rival, and everybody else is just supporting basically. Whom else? Let's see. Or what other show? I was thinking of another one and I forgot. Pokemon. Well, Pokemon is a special case because who are the actual characters in Pokemon? Are the characters the humans or the Pokemons? If it is the humans, then well, for the first seasons it was like an Ash kind of thing. It was almost always Ash. Very weirdly did another character have any sense of protagonism or participation, even though when they did, it was something nice to see, if you ask me. It was a very welcome change of pace. But it didn't happen that often, as far as my knowledge of Pokemon goes, especially of first seasons and stuff. Oh wow, this is wonderful. First time we have seen a clash of energy. Okay, but later Pokemon starts having the supporting characters become still relevant, more or less, right? It's not just Ash, but also her female companions usually go into those tournaments, which is kind of dumb, rather than, like, I don't get it. Why not just, wow, this guy is so beaten up. Why didn't they just pair them on the same grounds? Rather it was like, oh no, you know what? Ash is the Pokemon master like no one ever was. He can win it all, never lose. And well, the supporting characters are good, are doing something that is more or less similar to battles, but not exactly. They're contests, they're fashion shows. Not only is it a little bit sexist, but it still is kind of dumb because in the end it's like, oh well, they still battle, but they battle with style. Well, isn't that like usually the idea? Even Ash battles with styles, but most of the time, right? Maybe not as much flair and power combination and stuff, crazy things they start using, but they still need to look good. Otherwise, the battle is just like, oh yeah, okay, powerhouse won. And things that I like is that they're often define the standards. Well, not often, but at the very least, Pikachu won against an Onix, which is something that's very unlikely. Yet, it inspired me to actually make a Tyranitar win against a Pikachu. Wait. No, the other way around. A Pikachu win against a Tyranitar on Pokemon Stadium one time I played. Too bad we didn't get a recording of that. It was of course not as fluent because it needed to have... I was using the Thunder Shock. It didn't do anything. Then you use it again. Wow, Yamcha, way to go. So we use stuff like Thunder Shock. It didn't do anything, and then Quick Attack to make up for it, like to make believe that we were actually using the Thunder Shock against a ground type enemy. Well, anyways, I'm digressing quite considerably. The point being that battles in Pokemon are still a good looking kind of thing, but they for some reason started introducing that thing with the fashion contests and stuff like that, which was okay, good and all, but I still feel that it would have been more serious and more considerate if you had your both of your characters participating in the same thing. But Pokemon has had so much evolution throughout the years. First they did that, then first it was main character and nobody else. Then it was secondary characters doing fashion show. Then Ash also started doing fashion shows, but without taking it so seriously. Then some other characters started showing up who also were able to, I don't know, win against Ash, or maybe not, maybe sometimes. But they were also like rivals, yet friendlies, yet rivals and rivals against, but they won, but they lost. It started becoming difficult to follow, but good, because you started to expect the unexpected, which is something that I say nowadays, but of course when I was younger I wouldn't have said it. I would have said, oh yeah, I want Ash to lose. Rather, you would always want the main character to win because it's the one you are rooting for, and I guess it's the one you more or less project yourselves onto, so you probably don't want to see them lose or something, I guess, right? But I don't know if it is just a difference in taste or vision or philosophy. Nowadays, I guess I prefer to have surprises. And seeing as how nowadays I can see like any random anime from any random point and not be very bothered about who is who wins or who loses, I guess I don't mind all that much that surprises could happen, even though you more or less always can follow. But in the end, it's not about winning the Pulitzer for originality on the stories, in my opinion. It is about having something to see and something different to see and something new to see. Wow, is this a tournament? The winner, no, this one actually lost. But okay, let's say that if we have won, then this is the final or something. Tien versus the other Tien. Anyways, I think that there's much potential to be found if you're not following the formula or the rules, and rather just think about it as a playground. Actually, you know who I think does it? I'm not sure if it's not that I'm not entirely sure if they do it well or not, it's that I'm not entirely sure if they do it or not because I haven't actually seen the shows, especially not the whole shows. Maybe I have seen one episode. I think I saw one of the whole, I still don't know how to call them, but I think the one that does it most accurately would be Fate. Most representatively would be Fate Stay Night, Fate Zero, Fate whatever. Fate treats his characters like they were a bunch of dolls in a box, and you are like in Toy Story Andy and pick up the dolls and just make a whole new story from the start, right? That's what Fate does. I'm not 100% sure because, as I mentioned, I haven't seen them in considerable. But still, they have to follow a sort of formula, and there's even though the story can considerably change, the setup and stuff, it seems that some of the characters have like an archetype, or more than an archetype, let's say a role. They play a particular role in the story, like hero, villain, and stuff. One or another may tilt a little bit, but I think it's not that drastic, right? Like you wouldn't have Berserker being the main character and the hero, even though it could potentially be, why not? But the guy just looks like a burly Berserker, kind of barbarian guy with a big enormous axe, no shirt and no pupils on his eyes. So I think it's kind of difficult to get into a level with the character, kind of a, what would you call it, like get in touch with the character kind of thing. Mostly project yourself onto the character, as we were mentioning before, which it's a technique. It's understandable that studios follow that technique because it's what works, but the main thing is the main questionable thing is, why does it work? Why in ourselves do we find it that rather than enjoying the battle or the story, whatever it may be, we are biased towards choosing the side that we mostly feel represent us, our beliefs, or something that we stand for. I'm not sure if it would be better otherwise. But in the end, I think we may be missing out on a lot for now if we don't do it. If we don't lose a little bit of that sentimental part or something. I'm not sure, as I mentioned, if I lost it throughout the years, or at least if I think I have a little bit more. Because when I was a little kid, I was also like rooting for a specific character, rooting for a specific group, rooting for... The more I have grown, it's like sometimes I even started rooting for the opposite characters, and sometimes not rooting at all, or trying to not root at all. But always trying to keep a mentality that the main, the most important thing should probably be the story, or the fact that something is happening even. So with that in mind, I still find it weird that many. No, I don't know if many, but like I mentioned, this particular TV show, Dragon Ball, started to just focus on Saiyans, and everything else always started taking a step back. And after a while, it wasn't even Saiyans; it was just Goku and Vegeta following close, but never surpassing. But you have such a big roster of characters. Just take a look at this. You have 158 characters on this particular show, and I'm not. I'm almost certain these weren't all the characters that played a part in the show itself. Even though, of course, there are a lot of them, a fair big amount of them. But not only could that have been the reason why at this particular point and moment in the life of this franchise, character creation was not implemented in this game, because I don't think I was the only one. Thinking at that particular point and moment that following along a certain group of characters was the thing to do. Like it is a franchise character and nothing else. But I also don't think that the mentality has shifted towards a different thing, because character creations have not only been implemented in this particular franchise games, but overall in many others, and sometimes even on baffling scenarios where having a character creation is kind of weird. I cannot think of anyone right now, but I'm quite sure at one point I said about a game, really, this game has character creation, but why? I don't recall what game it was, but I kind of feel like I had done that. Well, anyways, I believe that as time has gone by and things like sandboxes and other of the similar kind have started becoming more popular. Wow, look at all those points there. As those kind of things have started to become more and more common, I feel that nowadays not having a character creation will be almost similar to in the old times having a character creation. Right now, you basically expect to have character creations, whereas before you basically expected not to have character creation, character creators. If you had one, you probably wouldn't notice much before, but if you don't have one right now, you would probably in many games notice and even be bothered about it, I guess. Yeah, sometimes maybe in the past you would even have character creators and not care much for them. No, I'm not sure it's to the point to say, oh, why does this one have them, as I once thought about one game that I don't remember, or maybe I'm just making that up, I really don't remember. But, well, character creators were just a thing of RPGs, right? Game, well, I keep saying that word and I don't believe in it. Character creators were usually a thing that you had on games where you level up. It still kind of is. I'm not sure. Well, these fighting games, they have character creators nowadays. Some of them, right? Well, Mugen is a thing. Mugen's main thing is that you have infinite amount of characters, including ones that you can create by difficult means, but still. Well, I don't know. Maybe character creators are still not that much of an important thing in fighting games. Maybe they're still just a thing of games where you level up. If a fighting game has a level up mechanic, then you're bound to get a character creator, I guess. But now I don't know. Now I'm questioning things. I really don't know what's right and what's wrong. But anyways, I would guess maybe it depends on the franchise too, but I'm not sure. I can't think of a fighting game which has character creators. Well, I was surprised to see that in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, was it Ultimate? Ultimate. What is the name of the Super Smash Bros? I think it's Ultimate. Well, the latest Smash Bros. The one on Switch, you basically have a character creator. It's super simple, but it's there. It's for the Mii fighters, and it's good. It's actually, I was just looking at it from the outside. I didn't even get to actually test the characters themselves, but it was looking okay. It was looking like a fun thing to have, and of course a fun thing to have cosmetics for, and therefore microtransactions and stuff like that, you know. But well, of course I don't care whether or not microtransactions. I would if I had the money and I had to pay, probably, especially if I didn't have enough money to get all the things that I wanted. But fortunately or unfortunately, I'm stealing everything. I'm pirating everything. Who knows how I am possibly or probably paying for it in other ways, but still I feel that having cosmetics, let's call it cosmetics rather than microtransactions. Microtransactions are fun if you have currency, so I wouldn't mind having microtransactions with in-game currency, which is a thing, and sometimes a bother, but not that many. It is most often than not a fun thing to do if it's done with that intent to be a fun thing to do. If it is intended to be a fun thing to do but with money, if the but with money is the main concern, the chances are it may not be as fun, but rather the but to get money part would be the main actual noticeable thing. But the fact that cosmetics are a thing makes me think that the character creation thing is also a thing, because nowadays, even though you may be using Goku to fight in a Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 game, which I'm not quite sure it gets done all that often. I think what gets done is a personal character. Yet still, let's say you want to use Goku, or you want to create your character as close to a character from a franchise as possible. Chances are, even though if you're doing that kind of cosplay, you still are going to want to use a different hat from time to time. Give it your own personal touch to the thing, right? I'd say chances are, but I also can guarantee if that's the case or not. I may be totally wrong at it. Yet it seems that things are shifting towards that way, or have shifted towards that way, though I'm not certain if they have because of how profitable they are, or because of how solicited they are. Right? In the end, it may be that it gets done because it gets done. It gets famous rather than it gets done because it gets famous. I absolutely have no idea. I don't think anybody does, but if someone does, then they probably have it very well hidden as a secret because what would you say? Why? What would you gain from saying that? Oh, by the way, you don't like cosmetics or microtransactions, but because we implemented it and perhaps not made believe that you like them, but at the very least not question the validity of it or not otherwise say how they may not actually be liked by people, then that's why you like them. I don't know, it may be, but I don't think so. I think I read somewhere. Let me try to think on what game it was. It was something like, oh, the game something something, and then also this, and that reminded people how fun it is to play dolls or something like that, or to play dress up, something like that. I don't know if that was fairly understandable. It was like an article, or yeah, most likely an article than a video. And I remember it was saying that like, oh yeah, there's a game which is fun, but they also added this cosmetic part that reminded people that playing dress up is also really fun. I'm not sure if it was something like Pokemon, which was in the first days also like a game where you only had your, yeah, I'm 99% sure it was. It could have been a video, but something related to the Pokemon franchise and how they went from having your normal characters and then started having different characters you could select, even if they weren't in that detail, and then going all the way to adding hats and stuff like that, which is fun because it is dress up or something like that. I'm not sure if it was on a Candy Eevee video from YouTube. I think it was a Candy Eevee video from YouTube now that I'm thinking it further, or I'm not sure. But well, yeah, I think that seemed to be a playground that was most associated with girls, right? Not make believe the dress up market, that's kind of what at the very least in my days used to be more common that girls were the ones playing with the Barbie dolls. We had different fashions and suits and you could change them. And boys were the ones playing with, I really don't know, G.I. Joes or stuff. Well, basically, we both were playing with dolls, but the girl dolls most often than not had a wardrobe change possibility, whilst the boys were, if they even have one, not exactly focus on it. And like I mentioned, that is if they even had that possibility. I recall having a couple of dolls from when I was a young kid that had a couple of things that could be changed. I remember Ninja Turtles. You could get, there was a character that you could get a hat on and off or something, but it wasn't like you could get a whole wardrobe change. So that cosmetic thing used to be a thing of girls mostly, as far as I can recall or can hypothesize or conjecture. But it has shifted to be a more genderless kind of playground. At least for me it is. I enjoy doing fashion about as much as the rest of the gameplay in a game. It brings to mind Mabinogi, which we do that like on a fairly often basis. And I'm not exactly sure if Mabinogi is again more focused towards male audience or female audience. What would you say anime is more focused on? What was the main target? I think it's male. Nowadays, yeah, it probably is or was more common to be focused towards men than nowadays. Actually, isn't the word like manga, manhwa, having the word man there? Nowadays, I think it tries to appeal to our female audiences as well, and there are some strong female characters, although still not about as many as male characters, not even by a long shot. But then again, I don't know. I have no idea about how Japanese culture is, but isn't Japanese culture a little patriarchal, like, or focus on, or machist, another word?
Come on, get away from me!
Misogynist? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure if it was, is. I think well, what society hasn't been that way, right? Like, as far as I can tell, almost all civilized societies or known societies have had a period in which women did not have enough rights, the same rights, were not respected enough, did not have protagonism. I cannot think of a single modern society, modern civilized society that hadn't or still does, it may still have stories on that version. Therefore, so I think that the female protagonism in much of media is at times not that noticeable or not that strong, and it still happens. In my opinion, it still happens, nowadays a little less than before, but sometimes when they try to change the paradigm, they end up making a ridicule attempt and having it even worse. It's sad, but that doesn't apply to everything. It's just sometimes, I guess. I totally forgot why we were talking about the protagonism of female characters in the first place. As far as I can remember, we were talking about why Dragon Ball didn't recycle their characters and instead had characters that turned into very obsolete ones. Yeah, that was the main point of conversation a while back, so I'm not even sure what changed, but the whole point being that it is somewhat ironical that this show who doesn't recycle characters ends up having a game like this one, which as far as I read somewhere, I'm not sure if nowadays still stands, but it for a long period held the title of having the biggest roster of fighters. And the only game that actually won against it was another game done by like the same people, the same guy or something like that. So some guy that participated in this one, who did like a wrestling game with over 1 million characters. I'm exaggerating. It's not that, and it's not either. It's not Morgan who also has that. That's cheating. That doesn't count. That's cheating. But something like that, like a wrestling game that has an insane amount of characters, one that surpasses the already 158, which is not a short number. And if you look at the information, even if one game actually surpassing, this one still like reigns supreme for quite a while, if it isn't still like the second top one with it, if my memory serves me right. I'm not entirely sure, but the whole point being that it is somewhat of an irony that this show with all these characters that, well, I don't know, maybe you have your favorite, maybe some people have their favorite characters, they may or may have not stand the test of time. No, none of them did. They may stand the test of time as your favorite character. Yes, that's more accurate. No, not the test of time in the show, because as we all know and have mentioned, this is a Goku and Vegeta show. The Goku and Vegeta show. Yet, the irony is that this show with so many characters and that often got that got completely forgotten after a couple of episodes, ends up being the game or one of the games with the biggest roster of fighting characters. Which, if they had done the way I'm saying, if they had started recycling characters ever since the first season, maybe they wouldn't have pushed their boundaries into making so many characters. Therefore, it wouldn't have ended being one of the games with the highest roster of characters, which is in and of itself yet another irony, I guess. So I don't know what to think. It is fun that this exists as a game, because you can get to live your fantasy of making, I don't know, Yamcha top tier, Yamcha meta, and Chiaozu meta. But if you plan to see that on the show itself, that never got to happen, probably never will. It's kind of sad that they never went into making all characters other than Saiyans relevant in power terms. In a show that for some reason focuses more on fighting than on its title, than on its actual title. I lost the idea, but I know it was going to have a good sentence there. But yeah, I think I started to focusing on that thing. It is weird how this show ended up focusing in its entirety on battles. And does anybody even go after the Dragon Balls anymore? Do you remember that? The Dragon Balls, those are the things they used to ask for unlimited wishes, for a wish of unlimited power, which in and on itself is like very relevant, right? Or very noteworthy. But it takes a step back especially when the wishes start being like restricted and stuff. Yet on the first seasons of the show, it was more of an important thing to go after the Dragon Balls. Now they started flying and started having raiders. Well, the raiders were there from the start, but everybody started flying at light speed, and finding the Dragon Balls started being less of an important thing. Yet that's the name of the show. That's the eponymous name of the show. So it should still be relevant. Actually, do they even go after the Dragon Balls on this last show they made, the Dragon Ball Super, the one with the gods and what kind of nonsense and not? I don't even remember if they go after the Dragon Balls in that one. I don't even understand why apparently GT stopped being canon. C is, but GT isn't. That's kind of stupid. If you want to make a whole... I would much say that it would have been better if they just went the Fate route and started saying, oh, you know what, nothing is canon. But the audience doesn't expect that. The reason why I believe many of the things end up just stagnating is just trying to please crowds. Fate, as far as I know, doesn't care about what their characters are being expected, or maybe they do, I'm not entirely sure. But you can certainly have a character become the villain in another rundown of the show, and I feel, I'm not sure because I actually don't know that much about Fate, but I feel that people wouldn't be concerned or bother about it. Yet they changed the GT canon and they needed to specify that it was a complete different thing. Or maybe they didn't. I just read it. That doesn't mean they actually did it. Now I don't know. But for me it was a big deal. That's all. That's the oldest part. So now I don't know what to think. I'm once again falling into that which I'm criticizing. I don't know if to go training or to try duel. If you try duel, either we get a very strong character and possibly win, or evil. What? Let's go with the random one. We can try selecting ourselves later on. I totally lost track of what it is that I was saying. I totally lost track of what are keys. I forgot what they did. For some reason, I play worst when the enemy is not moving. Right? That's considerable, but considerably worse. I don't know if, or maybe it's just that I'm a little rusted out. This is somewhat difficult still. Like I lost all my practice in that couple of minutes there. Okay, come on. We need to focus. We need to focus to be able. Okay. Let's see a little bit of the skill list. Up and down. Okay, I think I can follow that. Alright, so I'm gonna leave with some music now, and hopefully you enjoy what we are listening to over here. Hopefully you have been enjoying the game itself and some of the wonderful commentaries I'm trying to make here, which in the end are not, but okay, sometimes some things possibly can be found from those. Anyways, hopefully you have been enjoying the show, even though it's watching the computer, or a big portion of it was watching the computer fight itself. Yet, you know, I would like to bring a little bit of everything, including nonsensical conversations. And now I will actually try to play a little bit more. But let's see how well I can do right now. I'm a little bit exhausted too. But we can't stop right now. So thank you very much for tuning in on us today. Thank you very much for joining in on us and to continue staying with us. And now let's go back, as I just mentioned, to some of the music selection that we have available over here. And we'll talk to each other in just a short while. So stay tuned. You are watching Dragon Ball Z Budokai Tenkaichi 3.
그것 보세요, 어머니.
우리 같은 집은 없다잖아요.
조금만 고치면 잘 나올 텐데 살을 사는 건 말도 안 돼. 그것만 좋아하고 아껴 쓸 줄 모르는 사람들이 많아져서 큰일이야.
아주머니 말씀이 맞기는 하지만 그러면 새로 만든 슬렌더는 안 풀려서 어떡하죠? 자, 이를 좀 열어봐야겠어요. 여기만 좀 틈보면 되겠어요. 고쳐놓으면 얼마 동안 잘 쓸 수 있을 거예요.
Free.
Jestem twoim doradcą do spraw ekonomii.
15.3 1. www.peterzx.co.gu. That's PEITERZX.co.gu.
Okay. PEITERZX.co.gu.
Yes. 2. My email's nomassu@gmail.com. That's NOMASHY@gmail.com.
Okay. NOMASHY. That's all one word, right?
Yes. At gmail.com. 3. Flat 4, 65 Farquhar Drive. That's FARQUHAR and DRIVE.
Okay. Flat 4, 65 Farquhar Drive. FARQUHAR.
That's right.
3番。これから一緒に飲みに行きませんか？すみません。今日はちょっと、昨日も飲んだし、それに明日大阪に出張ですから。そうですか。残念ですね。
1。疲れました。
これから一緒に飲みに行きませんか？すみません。今日はちょっと疲れたし、それに明日大阪に出張ですから。そうですか。残念ですね。
2。体の調子があまり良くないです。
これから一緒に飲みに行きませんか？すみません。今日はちょっと体の調子があまり良くないし、それに明日大阪に出張
love all of you. Love your curves and all your edges, all your perfect imperfections. Give your all to me, give my all to you. You're my end and my beginning. Even when I lose, I'm winning. 'Cause I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. I give you all of me, and you give me all of you. Oh.
I'm cooperating. Don't shoot.
Bien que soldat de profession, je n'ai jamais particulièrement apprécié la guerre, et je ne l'ai jamais recommandée, si ce n'est pour rétablir la paix.